Hello, hello, it is I, she's Louise, and today we're playing some more great Ace Attorney Chronicles! We're on case 3. I've done the first 2 cases, 1 stream each. I don't know if that'll keep going today. Ace Attorney cases tend to get longer as the game goes on. So, I don't know if I'm down for like a 9-hour stream. It might be a little too much for a little old cheese. But that aside, just a friendly reminder that tomorrow is a very special stream, so make sure you tune in for that. We're gonna have a HoloLive quiz. I'm gonna be quizzing my mom on the HoloLive streamers, and she'll get them all wrong, and it'll be funny. Yeah, comedy. I know comedy. I am comedian. Bum bum dum bum 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 bum. Look, can you prove I'm not a professional comedian? You can't, can you? Anyway. Also, I tried to run a pre-roll ad, but it's saying like weird stuff. I don't know. It's on a timer that's like 4 minutes. I don't know if that's saying 4 minutes until I could run another one if I wanted to, or if it's going to run in 4 minutes. I hope it doesn't run in 4 minutes, because that would be unfortunate. Because the point of running it is to make it go on the loading screen, so people don't have to watch one when they join the stream. Anyway. Yes. So anyway, last time we decided that we will be a lawyer in honor of our dear departed friend Kazuma. Spoilers. Spoilers for last stream.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
It's a little quiet, huh?
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
For a second I thought they had Japanese
This country
accents.
is incredible.
But they have British accents, which they shouldn't have. I mean, they're in Britain, but it's gonna get excited over the attention to detail, but it's not actually there.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
For
In
free?
that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
They spelled center the British way, which is wrong, which is incorrect. According to me, Freedomlander, Cheese Louise. "18th February, 9:21 a.m., British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office." Oh yeah, I have to voice act in this game. Dang it. What an incredible place! I'm not gonna give them British accents. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. What's with the giant cogs, the giant gears? Most of them aren't even attached to any other cogs. They're just sitting there looking fancy. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we've opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Oh yeah, they do buildings out of paper. Hi, Captain Cheese. Hello, Mexican Muffin. How are you doing today? It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san. In the Supreme Court of Great Britain. You doing good? That's good. Glad to hear it. I'm doing good too. The Lord Chief Justice. The Lord Chief Justice. Blech. We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No, he's pretty dead right now. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. But wait. We decided we were going to be a lawyer. We've been studying for months on the ship to be a lawyer. Did we change our mind? If you want to remain here in Great Britain, I had to take Cosmo's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Oh, okay. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. We're gonna take a bar exam in video game form. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. It's up to scratch a way that's often said. I usually hear up to snuff. But maybe snuff is a word that you don't want to include in your... I mean, this game's rated T. I don't know. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. No idea who this guy is. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Humph. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. We've been here for an hour? Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Is that what you wanted to say, Ryunosuke? How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart. Like Maelstrom? Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Alright, chat. Submit your votes. Are they evil or not? Are they a mastermind behind something at some point in the game? Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes. Thank you. Look at this armband. Oh, strong heart. May I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Can I examine it? Those are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. How come only the defense has to be impartial? The prosecution doesn't have to be impartial? The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here, look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth if he longed for it here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Okay. I should probably talk to him. But wait, what if after we talk to him, we're forced to leave the room and we never get to come back? That must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. I mean, they use wood. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. Are we in Big Ben? That'd be kind of cool. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think the clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? That's sexist. But yes. I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size. I'm certain you wouldn't call him a boy. He's a man! Big, strong man. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. They're not giants. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. What are those called again? They're like what the new Growlithe is based on. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. What? And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Ms. Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did you get that incredible tome? Candelabra? Oh no, it's the books. Just look at all the naughty books placed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial that's a hard word. Judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland? What about Russia? We don't talk about Russia. Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how to say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Yeah. This is a very imposing room. And you're a very imposing man. Tell me about London. So, what are your impressions of the capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here. I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. To be fair, guys, you are in the capital. You're not in some rando town. Not all of Britain is going to look like London. Although I've never been to Britain myself, so I guess I don't really know that for a fact. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas. Even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Sorry, I had to sneeze real quick. Cultural and technological advancements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Oh yeah, Britain hates France. They are longtime rival countries. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate. In these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. How about Sunrise Land? Lord Chief Justice? I think you're expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Weren't you? Weren't you? Weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Telegram. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. That's racist? No? Maybe? And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then, the moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Don't hit me. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi, at least. That's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is... this isn't really going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as... Oh, that's not him, it's me. If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... What do I do? I kind of want to pick the wrong answers to see what happens. Should I do it, chat? Or should I just pick the right answer? I mean, what are the actual consequences? It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died. And yes, I studied as hard as I possibly could. But can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Just gonna go to a game over screen. Of course, only one lawyer. Now we're gonna get veered back onto it by Susato. I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of a Susato takedown, obviously, but still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me, I could do it! Oh, I wanted to pick the other wrong answer, too. Dang it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. to be fair, in a quote-unquote full education, not necessarily for law, but just in general, you're probably going to forget most of the things that you learned. Just because it was on a test and you did well on that test doesn't mean that information is still in your head when the time comes. It's my experience, at least. I'd say about 90% of what I learned in college has just fallen right out of my brain. It's just gone. No, I mean, it's in there somewhere, but you need like strong stimulus to remind you of it. You can't like just remember it on the spot, you know? Does that make sense? Am I speaking gibberish? Am I full of it? Is it nonsense that comes out of this ferret's mouth? I'm stalling for something. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! Oh, he's gonna be like, alright, there's a trial today that needs a defense attorney, go. Starts in 5 minutes. Ah? That's very Ace Attorney way for things to happen. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test? You know, this isn't a complaint so much as a, I don't know, observation. I always thought it was kind of strange in Ace Attorney games how when you talk to someone, like it presents the different stuff in like a list. Like you can pick what to talk about first, but like what's even the point? And that does stuff like, oh, you talked about London, now a new option opened up and it sits between London and law student. But like, or like this one where the previous thing we talked about turned into this thing. Like, I'm not going to come back to these other conversations and reread them. So what's the point of that one flipping around and being replaced? I never understood why it's like that. It's not like a problem that it's like that. It's just that seems like more programming that the game does have to do that serves no purpose at all. I don't know. So what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. I knew it. I knew it. Hold on, hydration check. Ah. Today, straight away. Actually, hold on. I just thought of something, and I need to check something real quick on Twitch. Huh. Interesting. Okay, we're fine. Straight away. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? I mean, that's not really fair, because it could be someone who's guilty. Could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course it is. There aren't any other kinds of trials in Ace Attorney world. A murder? Actually, that's not true. The first half of 3-2 is about theft. But then it turns into a murder trial. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Oh. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Ew. Presumably you read as much in your short sea-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. That doesn't give me a very high opinion of you, man. But you can't do that, can you? I mean, currently he has no lawyer at all, so I guess we're better than nothing. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Yeah, I mean, that's a way to raise the stakes. Honestly, it beats... Okay, like, I enjoyed Spirit of Justice, which is Ace Attorney 6. I thought it was really good, but I think the way that they raised the stakes in a lot of the cases was really excessive, because they have it a thing where... I think they also have it like all murderers are sentenced to death. Kind of like this, but also all defense attorneys receive the same punishment as their client if they are found guilty, which is so ludicrous. I mean, like, that's kind of the point, is like their judicial system is super like wonked out and corrupt and it needs to change. That's kind of the point, but like, that's unreal. Although I suppose I don't know. So if someone can find a historical example of a time a nation actually functioned that way, like not functioned successfully, but that people actually did that, let me know. I'd be very curious about that. But the way it was presented in Spirit of Justice was just kind of eyebrow raising, like a little immersion breaking, you know. But I mean, like, do you need to raise the stakes that much? Oh my god, Phoenix is going to be put to death if he doesn't win the first case of the game. Why? There's other ways to raise the stakes. There's other ways. Like, take the last case of Ace Attorney 2. Justice for All. That's a way to raise the stakes, tell you what. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi? I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I mean, I'm not gonna do the wrong answer on this one. It's not funny this time. Alright then. If I have to... If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. He's all about his watches, isn't he? His clocks. So it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. No. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Wait, was it actually timing me on picking the question? Picking the answer? No. This game wouldn't do that. Would it? Mr. Strong... Thanks, Lord Strongheart. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Bleh. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Suzato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Suzato means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. That was the true test. So I actually did pick the wrong answer. That's okay, though. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand on the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. That was all Ryunosuke. That was not Strongheart. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. It's because Strongheart did an animation. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, well, is there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. That sucks. Oh, you couldn't find a lawyer before today? Maximum punishment for you. What? Blah, blah, blah. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? To create tension for the story. Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. You know, I'm reminded a little bit of Dual Destinies, actually, which is Ace Attorney 5. I always thought it was funny that, like, part of the premise of the game, or, like, how they introduce it at least, is, like, this is the dark age of the law, and blah, 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 and we have to fight it. But it's like, dude, you already took down Manfred von Karma, and, I forget the guy's name, but the culprit of Rise from the Ashes, and all this other stuff you've already done. And let's not forget Investigations 1 and 2, where you take down the head of the council of whatever. You took down some really bad people already. They're gone, and there's no one in Dual Destinies who, like, holds that strong of a position, who's, like, all evil like that. Like, yeah, some stuff happens in Dual Destinies, but there's no, like, Supreme Councilman who is clearly corrupt and must be stopped. So the whole Dark Age of the Law angle, it doesn't really work. I still like Dual Destinies, but that part of it doesn't really make sense. And that is you. And really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Also, they didn't, like, change any laws or anything by the end of Dual Destinies, so it's not like the Dark Age of the Law has been fixed. We did it. These corrupt laws or corrupt rule makers they're gone. That doesn't happen. What do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into the great city and enjoy yourselves. Eh? He's gone. The Old Bailey. I wish I was an Old Bailey. You know what? If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. But let's talk about it. Miss Susato, can I just ask you something? Don't throw me! Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant! I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will! You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. That's what Maya would say. If you need to ask me anything, and better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. But what if I examine the room some more? Okay. I'm going. Gosh, my throat's like really clogged up today. Hydration check real quick. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. What's it? Did I look up antechamber before? I can't remember. Oh, I forgot to... Gosh dang it. Ding gummit. Ding flabbit. Flabdoobit. Hang on 1 second. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Wow. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. Is a guinea a British coin? It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Is he like hiding because he's scared? Is he one of those clients? So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. You know, I've been to a courthouse only once that I can recall, and it was for jury duty. And it didn't feel like grand, per se. I mean, obviously, everything's nice. It felt very sterile. Like, in kind of a different way than hospitals do. But it felt very, like, plain and open and sterile. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What are you doing here? Following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? What? Was that English? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. Wait, no, I lost my accent. Top of the morning to you. No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have... no, I'm losing my accent. I can't do it. No place to go, nothing to eat. Barely a penny to your name, and all the while in strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... It's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth, to put the morning to you. I have enough wealth to buy the City of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! My 3D! Ow, that hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Uh-oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. Oh, he's our client. Alright. Makes sense. We're in the defense waiting room. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. I feel like my Irish accent keeps like melding into an Italian accent. I don't know. I'm not an accent professional, folks. I hate to break it to you. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Wait, so he's like a billionaire, but he couldn't find a single defense attorney? The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blister and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's the centre of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded... He is Irish. Or maybe he's Scottish. I don't know. No, that's Irish, right? Mick is an Irish thing, I think. Like McDonald's, everyone's favorite Irish food. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Queer? Queer is a subset of queer theory, exploring the intersection of... No, I don't think that's correct. Queer, remarkable or strange, a queer fellow. Great or good, you're in a queer mess. And it is of Irish dialect. I see, I see. But that's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but... Now they've the gall to say I'm good for nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath? Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, I'm actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? You know, if I wasn't reading that out loud with my accent, I might not understood what I was actually saying. You'll have to eat it. I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but it wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Yes, I did think that. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, well, I wasn't thinking because you did it. I was thinking it odd that you couldn't find another lawyer, though. So, not at all. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Bardock von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. Wait a minute. Not Bardock, Barak. I've seen that name before. Is he the leg guy? He's the leg guy, isn't he? Oh, I've seen gifs of that. I forgot about him. Is he the main prosecutor in this game? The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Callie? Top of the morning to you. When Van Zeek stands on the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached this top of the morning to you. So it's reached this desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand a defense against the fella at all. Oh, that's why. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Psh, Edgeworth was undefeated before we got to him. I mean, that wasn't Ryunosuke, that was Phoenix, right? But still. And Franziska was undefeated, and Manfred von Karma was undefeated. Technically, Godo was undefeated, but I don't know if that counts. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. Van? Not Vaughn? I don't think I've ever seen a Van last name before. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Top of the morning to you. Gosh, I have to say that every time to remind myself what Irish accents sound like. Top of the morning to you. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom, and the trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. Will have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing that... He'll have to defend... Bleh. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. What's happening, then? My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I wonder if Susato's secretly a spirit medium, and if she'll channel Kazuma later. That'd be weird, though. "18th February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom." Well, that's fancy looking. Reminds me of Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history, and this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, I just can't help it. Oh. Yo, he doesn't look like a recolor of a normal judge. Okay, the angle, maybe a little bit, but... Yo, I'm ready for our new judge. Let's go. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. You know, McGilded sounds a little bit like Mick killed it. That's your client. Don't make those jokes. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. I'm a vampire, by the way. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. No, I'm a vampire. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. Is that an okay thing to say? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? I be a wee bit of a foreigner myself, you know, don't you know? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis granting to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student of some little island off the Far East. Off in the Far East. It Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear he donated £5,000 to blah? Mother, maybe go and play McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. And he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you six members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Oh god, I'm gonna have to do so many voices. Yes, my lord. If the task is to send Rogers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminal here would soon be wishing they'd never set eyes on me. Sir, do you have a flask in court? I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Those people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. Yo! Ace Attorney Games never had a jury before. That's awesome. Like, they've had people watching, but, like, they don't decide the fate. Only the judge decides innocent or guilty in the other Ace Attorney games. Like, in regular court, the jury decides innocent or guilty, and then the judge decides the sentence. Assuming there's a sentence. That's right, I've only ever heard about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. Can the man put the knife away? Also the flask, maybe? Why do you people, all of you, like, have stuff with you that you should not bring to court? You are not allowed to knit during trial, ma'am! But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their final verdict? That I don't know. I am curious how that goes down in this game. But I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this game to happen. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord. I forgot my voice. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. Why is there an exclamation mark instead of a comma? As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. What? Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in the service of the streets of London at the time. In an omnibus? That's not what omnibus means in my books. Hold on. Alright, omnibus, a volume containing several novels, other items previously published. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Or just a bus. A horse-drawn omnibus. Or comprising several items. Okay. I guess it's just a type of bus. Wait, was bus derived from omnibus? I'll bet it was. I'll bet they used to all be called omnibuses, and then we're like, no, this is too long. Just call it a bus. Wow. Big if true. A dagger. Wait. Oh, that was Van Ziek's. Whatever. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report, enter the court record. Photograph, enter the court record. Alright, let's take a look at those real quick. A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of single stab wound to the abdomen. Name Thrice-Fired Mason. Wait, his name is Thrice-Fired Mason? What's his actual name? Brickmaker, time and cause of death. 10 to 11, stabbed at the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging. That's not how you spell hemorrhaging. Resulting from the trauma. Alright, does anything stick out here? You can't really see what's outside. There's a button missing. That'll be important. I promise that'll be important. Glasses. He has a stitched together hat. He's definitely poor. Photograph the victim on the omnibus. Knife in the abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured from view by an old crooked hat. I mean, I guess. Unless we start talking about his forehead, I don't think that'll matter. Or maybe his eyebrows. Or his haircut. Or his left ear. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Oh, he's wearing a wig. Popped off his head. Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Defendants love the gloves, but I didn't sure blah blah blah. Alright, this is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on your first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. Shut up. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin with his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. I don't really see anything else. Leather gloves from the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a blood stain on the right glove. Is it blood though? What if he was eating cherries and bursting them in his glove? How did I get into this? I backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. I'm gonna be so mad if the juror who's holding a knife and flipping it around is the killer. You put the killer on the jury? What are you doing? Oh, that's gonna be a running theme, huh? In fact, I'm almost sure it's him. I got like 80% confidence that it's him. That's too obvious though, isn't it? No, I don't know. Hold on, something's bugging me here. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Littleton so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never lies on before in me life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves, now was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order. Wait, Order. Why is it Order? I don't understand. What is his accent? Is that how British say order? Order. Ardy-dar-dee-dar-dee-dar-dee-dar-dee-dar-dee-dar. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Come on, witnesses. Usually if it's just like one, maybe two witnesses, then it's like, okay, well, they're lying or colluding or something. But when it's several, well, we'll see how many several is. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. They're all wearing top hats. Witnesses, your names and occupations. In funny voices, if you will. My name is... well, everyone calls me Beppo. What kind of name is that? I drive an omnibus in the Far East. In the East End, not Far East. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Lady First, huh? You make hats, but yours sucks. It doesn't fit on your head, and it's also cobbled together. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. I'm gonna change their voices so many times throughout the course of this. You don't even know, chat. You don't even understand what you're in for. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. That font is barely readable. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. I had few, not a few. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. Sir, your hat. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. I get to cross-examine, right? If I don't, then I lose. Wouldn't really be an Ace Attorney game if they didn't let you cross-examine. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. What? You looking at us like we're stupid? How quaint. I read that civilizations in the Far East Island nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Look, I looked at it, I noticed. Look how blurry that is. You cannot see outside of this. I thought about it. I didn't say it out loud, though. Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Yeah, there are windows. I get it. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Sir! Sir, this is clearly inside the cabin. Sir! And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view from the interior from the seats above. A skylight. Oh, they were on the outside. I see. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Right, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Although, I'd figure it's probably made of the same glass as this, so it would still be blurry as heck. Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Alright. Everyone, wait. I'm gonna look at it. I'm just gonna walk up and look at it. Ace-seater omnibus that was the scene of a crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Alright. Okay, so that's pretty transparent. That's not that opaque or fuzzy. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Alright, what else we got? So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up there. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? They have to pay more money to do so? And they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Interesting. And that's where the coachman sits, I guess. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Hello? Hello? 418. You better justify that. You can't just throw his name there. Can we go inside? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Scene of a murder. It's horrible. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and the seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Notice, blah blah blah. Can we open this? The seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for the passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Yeah, you would have to get everyone to get off the seat. Huh. That one doesn't have a handle. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin, at least. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Nope. Oopsie daisy. Alright, windows, 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 windows. Let's go back outside, I guess. All I can think of is the angle here. So... Alright, the bloodstain is on the same side as the door handle. Alright, so... Yeah, I mean, if they were... That's the bloodstain. If they were sitting in the back here, they would have that angle. Huh. I can't really think of anything. A seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Yikes, I thought I would find something. I guess we'll just have to keep going. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Humph. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Deep breaths. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. What the witnesses saw. It was the last... Oh wait, I don't have to do that. Press! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Oh, yes, that's right. Not all traveling in the same parts. So the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers where the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, the last bus of the day. Oh, he's always so cold. I feel bad for him. Poor Beppo. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only we're making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof on the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. There's not a shredded doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. McGilded is the gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accursed just reached over and plunged the knife into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are the fair dinkum hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I like that everyone in the background is wearing hats. This is no good. I've really got his back up? What? What does that mean? Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord, completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. You did it, you did it, you did it, you did it. What? There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. This is nonsensical. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. Seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Yes, heavy fire that tips a scale. And they send flying across the room by pounding their fist. It makes a lot of sense, if you think about it. Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if the enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very... What? No sneeze, no sneeze. Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right. Sir, I was up on the roof seats. I remember first seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new head design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is it the knife? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. Maybe it was a gift. No, the weapon of the murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Murder weapon has been entered. Alright, so we got something. Oh god, they're gonna... Alright, before you give more guilty verdicts, largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen, quietly and fancy... Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggest it must be quite valuable. Alright, let's see. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung up from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Cosmo's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I'm sure of is that this is an M. Yeah, it definitely looks more M-ish than W-ish. Typically, you start with the fancy swirls on the left side of the letter. So if it were a W, it would be on the wrong side. Not always, but typically. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. I'll quash you. That looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Is there not something else? Something else to observe about this? Yeah, bye. Maybe it is a W. That's like the only potential thing. Does it match the one in the picture? It sure does. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. Excuse me? Sacrosanct. Sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct, especially of a principle, place, route, or routine, regarded as too important or valuable to be interfered with. Oh. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Unfortunate. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I've painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, it just makes the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. You mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I... Okay. I'm gonna press this. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. That's not correct. What? He was already stabbed by the time you stopped. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. You're not unrelated to this case. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please. Please just keep an open mind. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Gee up, like giddy up? Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Help us, Granny! Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. So you've been not paying attention and you've just been knitting? Is that what you're saying? There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Mr. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on the Londoner's face, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. Okay, this isn't bias. This is her giving him the benefit of the doubt. She needs real, actual proof before she condemns him. It's benefit of the doubt. It's not bias. Maybe. That's what I'm sticking with. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Okay. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. And one of the very darkest of soul. One with the very dark... What's a Shylock? What? Stone of the Crows? McGilded lends money at extraordinary rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own, always a loan shark. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard of any mention of that before. Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. What? Does that mean what I think it means? So has this thought crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let that also be known, that the very day Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. That sucks. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. Where's the evidence to support your claim? What? No wine in court. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Aha, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Ah! As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Oh, it's not in the court record yet. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Alright, gimme. Gimme. Oh yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Alright, what's it say on the back? It's kind of fancy for someone who's in horrible debt. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry? Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. You know what? I'll bet a chunk of the jury owes him money, and that's why they want to sentence him. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Proves fair play. Ah! A witness! The jurors have not given their names, but the witnesses did. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Proves fair play. The witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. Alright, is there anything else in here to read? Nope. Ha 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 ha. Got him. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Don't do it, Granny. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, Madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. No, wait. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. No! Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about this for a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Is that not a guilty verdict? That was it, the last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty. Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... No, tell me! tell me. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect to you for swift and righteous decision. For your... According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Objection, 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 objection. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law? Or the defense? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict. You didn't need to reread that part. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. You spelled practice wrong. Which is probably the British way, but it's wrong! So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? We haven't demanded anything! Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? deep breaths. A summation examination. The last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Forget it. Get out of here. Of course we're going to. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But it's our right. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Yeah, because they're all giving their verdict like super preemptively. They're like interrupting our cross-examination, saying, I decided they're guilty now. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. Alright, how does this work? This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? I thought I could just be arbitrary. Is that not okay? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. Oh, that's the typing. I was like, is someone opening a door? I hear like a door creaking. No, it's the lady typing. I don't really hold with all this justifying lock. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. They didn't realize they actually had to have reasons behind their decisions. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of the most serious crime. Are we supposed to, like, judicial findings? I hate that font. All the capital letters are, like, it's hard to read. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so I had to offend him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Someone get this knife away from this guy. I simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn logical conclusions. Saying I made a logical conclusion is not stating your reasoning. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't even have wonderfully formed argument. Don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. Is this just a different form of cross-examination? We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about the British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to have presented a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. So I have to present one of their arguments to a different people, to someone else. A different people, as it were. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. I am currently pulling this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take a stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, so I do press them though. Okay. Or X to pit? Alright, so what did they say? No one's had the carriage at the time, so no one else, so it must have been him. I trust the driver, excellent memory. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, okay. Simply typed and collated all statements made thus far and drawn logical conclusions. You can trust the guild. That's not even relevant. We haven't raised price above. 4 times 4 is not 20. I'm not gonna press anyone.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. I'm not sure how this helps us, but... They do? Explain yourselves, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? Oh, it proves there was another person. 4 times 5 is 20. They didn't raise their price. There was a 5th person. A dingadoy. I was thinking that it meant he raised the price. I swore on Silver's Blaze's main and name. I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, oh man, this is cool. Get to see him walking. There were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? Are you all dumb? Are you all dumb in the head? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... Ah! It would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. I heard that. That was a really good smug look on his face. one person's fair. Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. News that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. What? Alright, that's manipulative, but okay. Alright then, how do I make so this miserable trial doesn't end, hmm? well, you see. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. I gave Juror 1 and 4 the same voice, whatever. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Unbiased jurors, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Oh. Okay. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! That was a good animation. I like that. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. Wait, we need the majority? I thought we only had to get 1 to change their mind. Actually, there's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other. I'm sure there's another contradiction. Oh, okay. I didn't notice another one, but sure, I can probably find it. I might have to press, though. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Yo, I just realized you can see the scales in the shot of the judge. That's really cool. So you can tell at a glance, like, how well you're doing. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Grr, Beppo, the trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. Alright, stabbing the poor man on the floor. He stuck the chap next to him. Alright, I'm gonna try these 2. Wait, what did the first guy say again? There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it must have been him. Alright, we're gonna go Stabby Magoo over here. And we're gonna pit him against Granny.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Given how vague my first statement was, I thought it was the wrong answer. We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! You want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is it me? Is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Coachman said so. Yeah. Yeah. Now don't move! Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up? And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor? Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is, we all did it together! Is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Excuse me, sir. You are also wearing a black suit? Actually, yours is kind of brown. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. What the heck? Huh, me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him in the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments in the same crime? So I think what happened is there was the crime, and the killer stabbed him, but then later when McGilded woke up, he went down to the ground to help him, and that's when, what's his name? Beppo. I don't know how I forgot Beppo's name, but that's when Beppo opened the door. Is McGilded was going down to help him. So it's out of the question. I don't know if I have evidence for that. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it.
What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. He only has one stab wound.
What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction.
So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. Oh, we're not going to change Stabby Magoo over there because he might have done it. He might have been the culprit. I say the witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. I really like Naruhodo's animation when he moves his head away from being on his hand. Oh, not that one. Dang it. I like it when he, like, looks up and away. But he keeps his hand there. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. Autopsy report? What? I'll give you the proof. So the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime, as proven by... single stab wound. Sir. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright. I can see defeat. Wait, that means 4 juries are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. I mean, not quite entirely, but what you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Excuse me, what? Is anyone... Hello? Is anyone in court seeing this? Stop this. Please tell me he's a barber. Mr... Oh gosh, damn. I forget the name. What's the barber that has a musical that, like, he killed? Sweeney Todd. Little Sweeney Todd over here. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors are now standing at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Pursue. Buttons. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Sir. Sir. What the... Having savored the rich aroma from the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. Are your hands okay? You just broke glass in your hands. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgiveness. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Is it cold in here? Is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence, I can't talk anymore, and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Sir, your cloak. How are you gonna hide your skin from sunlight when you go outside? Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Oh, yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpired that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Was he Spanish? Is that a Spanish thing to say? I don't even know. Do I look like I know things? Now then, the witnesses... Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the ferry, did? And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Uh-huh. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cosenade. What the heck? So many new words. So many new words all the time. Cosenade.
Cousinage.
Cousinage. The practice of deception or trickery. Oh. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, and I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Thanks, Susato. You're doing your best. That's all I can ask of you. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. You've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Cross-examination is literally what I'm supposed to do. It's not a parlor game. Absolutely. Good response. Various misgivings. So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold and all I could do was stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. Chilblains. What? Chilblains are painful inflammation of small blood vessels in your skin. Okay. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra petty passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have had another suspect. Well, there was a 5th. I'm guessing there was a 5th and they just didn't pay or something. Well, I for one...
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare, 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead, and buried. I'd be happy if I had never existed in the first place.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out of his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but yet zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. So what's he say? Tell you Mr. McGill just stabbed that man. Everything I said before stands? Whatever, I'll press this last one first before I think too hard about it.
Hold it!
Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. But then I turned around. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor. The knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes! So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Hello, been waiting for one of those.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to have seen the exact moment the crime was committed? Wait, gosh dang it. I was just trying to go through text. I didn't realize there was a choice yet. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. I don't know what that is, but it's capitalized, so I'm not going to Google it. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright? I'll tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Sir? Sir, there's only a little bit of blood.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only the right-hand glove. It's only on the right-hand glove. Yarg! What? What are you doing to your cane, sir? In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but, no, that can't be right. So you're the little liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, "Nyurg, it was with both hands." Grr. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Yeah,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah, why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't... Professor... what? Prevaricate?
Prevaricate.
Prevaricate. Speak or act in an evasive way. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if he had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show the man has compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Oh, duh. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Garg. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates blah blah blah.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of the debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. You're a friggin' banker. You're... Alright, I don't want to say anything too controversial here, but bankers are kinda... They're not that different from loan sharks. They're not that different. Now, I'm not saying you should go to your local bank and yell at your teller and tell them they're a criminal or nothing, but I'm saying banks and loan sharks are not two different places. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? I like the... I guess I really appreciate the... I'm not sure if it's foreshadowing, but like they set the precedence. Because we were talking about the value of guineas earlier with like, get us there in 5 minutes, I'll give you a guinea. And like, 1,000 guineas, that could buy a super crazy mansion. So like, we understand that 20 guineas is a lot of money. Even if, like, we don't really understand exactly how much it is. I appreciate that. That's really good. Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between the two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes. My lord... What? Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Grr. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth in a pinch. Or a pinch, not in a pinch. A pinch? but it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Grr. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Sounds like evidence of a fifth person to me. A fifth passenger, as it were. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yarg!
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have been shifted slightly at last.
Yes! I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Witness testimony! Let's go. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream.
Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. Truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. Yeah. I apologize, my lord, but in honesty, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. How much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it?
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examinations, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord.
What the witnesses really saw. Boy, if I had a nickel for every testimony that deserved that label.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record.
I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands.
He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why?
Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
Hold it!
If that matters, he says.
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know.
Arg, but
For crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Humph! Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I bet the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Stop saying you're a banker. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work?
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of McGill's gloves had any signs of blood on it. That's right. But the thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir, and I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain and dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all, sir. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London's streets, no? Hey, that's the classic Phoenix pose. Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus servant of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Beppo's in trouble.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night. But the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That is vital information! That's right, it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down. I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
They would only have seen what was in front of them. They would only have seen one seat. They wouldn't have seen the other seat.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. I've been thinking... It's been bothering me that on the top, both of them face forward, but on the inside, they both face in. So yeah, there's no possible way to be sitting on the top. I mean, first of all, if you're in that front seat, you won't be able to look down in that anyway. But you can't be in the top and see this bench. So they wouldn't have seen where McGilda was sitting. They would have only seen the other one. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor on the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What?
By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger enclosed in the cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? I mean, I was thinking that McGilda was over here and the murderer was on this side. But, as far as we're talking about where they can't see, it's obviously over here.
Take that!
Both rows of the seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats of the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord, as you can see. See opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Yarg!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
We didn't get another name from the ledger.
The jurors aren't on this list. I don't think I can. She's 16? Jeez.
I was assuming she was 20-something. I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witness on the roof deck? I mean... I was gonna suggest that McGilded was on the other side, but I suppose... they said the whole stature thing earlier, so I guess he was on the same side as the victim. I have no idea. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. What? Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Fusato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. Okay. I thought I was gonna, like, lose health for saying I have a name when I didn't, but you're a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Well, you see, okay, it's not Susato. I sincerely doubt it would be Strongheart. I tried to go for that plot twist in the first case. It did not really work out for me. It would not be Magnus. It's not Van Zieks. Thrice fired Mason. No, that doesn't make sense. And it can't be any of these. What? Like, is there another name in here or something? I don't think there is. It's all one examinable thing. Someone... Okay, M. M or W? No M's, no W's. No M's, no W's. No M's, no W's. M. Male? No. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. Unless it gives me option to present juror number 3 on that night, on the night of the murder. The person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... All I can think of is that it was Magnus. He was on the opposite side. And they saw a different person on the same side.
Take that!
Take that! The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's in the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Whoa, jeez. Going crazy. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Are you making this a race thing? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. Boy! When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What consistency, counsel? Inconsistency? There was no one next to him in this picture. The defendant's gloves, my lord. Oh, right hand? And he would have been sitting... I mean, he could turn his body to stab with his right hand. Maybe. Although he didn't do the stabbing, I guess is the idea. The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses have made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
I see, that's what he's going for. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
Alright, gory doesn't just mean that there's blood on it. Gore is more than just blood. Right? People. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? I don't know. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. Had the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Ah! But he also said he was asleep. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Hang on 1 second. Pressing buttons. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Actually, I'm gonna take a drink real quick. Ah. There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But, what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Of course we're going to. Demand his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Oh, yes, sir. I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. What a bend-over leader. Or kneel-down leader. I don't know, whatever. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. What? Okay, what a carpet leader? What a stairs leader? I don't know. Doormat! That's the thing. Doormat leader. Words are hard. Leave me alone. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night would finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no. 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Is true?
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What? Huh. No, Magnus McKelded. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks.
I notice his rings shine pretty often when he moves.
I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was...
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. Prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. He is making some very strange statements.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised. The urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Oh.
Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use!
I can't see anything through the smoke. What is going on? Uh-oh.
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Cover your face!
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Oh. Jeez.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
It's not Iris, is it? I sincerely doubt that Iris is going to be a murderer in one of the cases. She's a recurring character, isn't she? Oh gosh, this is the first break in the trial. I imagine we'll probably get through another section, and we'll, depending on what it is, we may have to call it a stream after the second break. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. Old Bailey defense at the chamber. Hey! Okay, well it took me like 3.5 hours, but they know it took around 3 hours to get through all that. Because the last timestamp when we got here was 10 a.m. Or when court started, it was 10 a.m. Although I guess my stream time includes more than just the court proceedings. It was stuff before that too. Including loading screens and such. And also the stuff that we did outside of court. I wonder what just happened in there.
Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Miss Susato. I was just told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? Oh, that sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. Did you guys know that the correct plural of ninja is ninja? Ninjas is technically incorrect, but I guess it's used often enough that it's become correct.
They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something like that?
The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently.
Flee the courtroom? Why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? So I think that's older than Iris would be. If Susato here is 16, I doubt Iris is going to be 15, because she's real short. as far as I'm aware. The other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying.
What's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl.
Who is she, I wonder?
What was she even doing here at the trial? She's taking a huge risk. For what possible benefit to herself?
Oh, culprits always return to the scene of the crime. You know how it is.
There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Hmm? Oh,
According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
yeah, we know.
But now it seems there were, in fact, 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again.
She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The trial will be recommence in 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but I couldn't alter the whole direction. But it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
I noticed both of the murderers so far have been girls. So that's something. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato.
Yes.
February 18th, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. That's not Iris. Alright, I'm gonna grab myself a snacky snack real quick. No need for a BRB screen. I'll just... Okay, I got wheat thins. Don't mind me spazzing around as I return. It's normal ferret behavior.
There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look.
By the way, word of the wise, make sure you know the difference between wheat thins and Triscuits. I've bought Triscuits before thinking that they were wheat thins. No, Triscuits are disgusting. Never ever give me a Triscuit. Wheat thins, though, are pretty good.
She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier? It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious! The army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
Ahem, if I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it is that the wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in this case.
Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Oh. Nice try, Cheese.
There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. From what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. That's the one I was talking about earlier. Where he turns his head away from the sinking position. I love that animation. So good. I mean, he's just turning his head, so the animation part, but just his final pose of just the, it's good.
Hold it!
Sorry.
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passenger, as it were. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took to the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite to the one in which the poor gentleman was stabbed and was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
I don't know what Begora is, but I'm just gonna assume it's an Irish thing.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. And there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream?
Ah, from the seat above you on the roof deck, I presume?
Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? Oh gosh dang it.
Hold it!
Oopsie daisy. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? Yeah, you would, because crime scenes and stuff. Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Arrah, Lord Van Zeeks. Now why would that be? You wake up to find a man lying dead on your feet, in a carriage, and a normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at an exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard in the same time as the thought of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a quitter ting. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Alright, that little cabin compartment is finally coming into play. Hydration check. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found that there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around the inside. I mean, I've already looked at it, but maybe it has new dialogue. We've already seen it. We know it to be true. Wait, now it's empty? It had stuff before. Why is it empty now? What the heck? This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Why is it empty now? It had stuff earlier. What? What? And that's when I found her.
Hold it!
You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas harder to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overreacting this? Overacting. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right, you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason?
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events, as explained, are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Gina Lestrade. Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. Is there a pun in there? She's a chancer, earns a crust among the large crowds, relieving people of their purses.
A chancer?
What's commonly called a pickpocket.
What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! Arg, how dare you? What's the meaning of this? Ah! The girl, she's gone!
Open your eyes. Over here.
Good gracious, how?
What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking.
Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast...
Hey! Stop that.
Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I've got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags.
Was it? What? It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding in the omnibus on the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Apologies in advance if my accent for her is extremely inconsistent. I'm doing my best. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up. Hooked up. Before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. It did help me get away, mind. Aha. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? Because she was underneath the seat that he was sitting on? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding in herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear to be just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. But there was other stuff in there earlier. What's going on? Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh. So, you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, it automatically assumed she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Huh. Interesting. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Wait. What happens if they all preemptively judge not guilty? Guys, we haven't reached the truth yet. Don't end the trial. We don't know who did it. With calm, calculating reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty?
Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious.
We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
You did it! He did the leg thing. For some reason, I thought it was more exaggerated than that, but it's still... He's still slamming the desk with his leg. If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in the British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Yeah, you're not wrong. Emotion? The witness's latest statements give us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? He's manipulative. Do you really think the Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. Oh. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Yeah. They did it during the trial, too. Possibly during the recess. How could such devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, you must acknowledge the defiances of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Is it possible to have not examined that part? Because I don't think it was required for anything before now. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Well, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Nope, not gonna fly. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I mean, I didn't look as a possibility, but it wasn't empty. Though, like, it was partially empty, and I did briefly consider, like, hey, maybe someone was hiding in here. Or maybe someone stowed something in here, but now it's gone. Because there was a decently empty chunk of it. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. What? Are you sure, counsel? Ara. Bewist. What does that mean? What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Because the truth is important. I believe he didn't kill the man, but I also believe that he's fabricating evidence right now. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should start with what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be represent me best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Okay, but I'm not the only one who examined it. Do you think, perhaps, it would be in your best interest to now admit that you might have been mistaken? No, I'm pretty sure. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and pickpurse are lying. Ooh. They're lying, but they're not guilty. Ah! Wait, don't all of you change? Don't all change? I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Stop, stop, stop. No, just one of you is fine. Quite so, I must concur here. Stop! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time is a different truth, it seems. That's fair. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Counsel for the defense. Begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. I mean, it's 50-50 now. That's not bad. I was worried that all 6 of them weren't going to shift over. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Cross-examination. With the Cosa. Just like always, you say. Sus. So, you were always in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point in spending a joey to make a few bobs, eh? That's the rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Council, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up the little mystery of fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece makes the 20 at which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free.
Scapegrace? What?
The red conch, but a driver always...
God, accents.
The red conch of a driver always goes for some...
I'm doing Italian again. What am I doing?
The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see?
I'm sorry, my accents are bad.
So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right?
But your hiding place is a storage compartment. I just need a phrase. I need a British phrase. Or it's less British and more Cockney, I guess. I mean, which is still British, but it's a subset, I think. Unless I'm wrong. Full of equipment for the coach, no. Like, Irish is top of the morning to you. Italian, it's just Mamma Mia, let's go. But I don't have one for British.
Yeah, there's a brush and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. I'm really feeling it.
No, that's not good. Gosh, I just need a British phrase to say, even if it's just in my head. It seems we reached the end of the line of that inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that?
Wait, almost not. So I'm on my own in the I'm on my own in the God permit at least some of the time.
In the God permit. What? I beg your pardon. Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, that's what my kind call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away?
That's it, only that night. This girl was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister? Right. To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find yourself a child, do you?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Not with that attitude.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out of the cabin at all? Into the cabin at all?
Not a job. Most days I push the cushion up and with me head and take a look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's who I'm gonna fiddle.
Stop talking like this. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones, say.
As the other one.
So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite.
Oh, I see. I thought she was implying the other one had a compartment underneath, which I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Well, for some reason that night, they say Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. Well, it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Hobson's choice. What? She's using so many expressions I've never heard of in my life. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I got a bit scared and I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. Loud bang, but he was stabbed. I guess it was from him falling.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. Maybe that's right. That's right. That could be my Cockney phrase to get my brain in the flow. That's right. And then I felt the cushions over me. It get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, Gold, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. That's right. I pushed up the cushion, had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke while I had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? The victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts and he was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, jeez. Oh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I had something from up above. Someone screamed. Wait, it lurched before the scream happened? Interesting. It doesn't match up with my internal timeline. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then one of the horses were drawn up, smartish, and this Irishman says to me, "Get back onto the seat. I'll see that you can get away later."
All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent.
One brief shining moment, yes.
It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdicts we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Huh. So I have a new theory, actually. I think he might actually be guilty. And he's paying her off because this was his original plan to get off scot-free. But we're gonna end up finding him guilty. But then Mr. Chief Justice is like, you follow justice, not just the job of finding them guilty, so you can still be a lawyer. And we're like, wow! Alright. Alright, we didn't get anything new, actually. Snuck inside the carriage before they looked up to the horses, just like always. But it was right old waste of time. I got enough in a show for me troubles that night. Tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Oh, there's blood on the floor too. I never examined that. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Von Zieg's made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? That bloodstain wasn't there before. Because he didn't actually fall over. What else has changed in here? That's the same. That's the same. Alright, let's see if anything changed on the outside. What's happening? Alright, this up here still looks the same. Oh, there's little lamps. That's kind of cool looking. And this is the side you get in on. There's a little ladder. Okay, okay. So that bloodstain is new, and the compartment is supposed to be empty. Okay, the bloodstain. We'll let the bloodstain. Maybe. But yeah, it is still dark in there. After a while, heard a loud bang, nearly jumped out of me skin. And the scream just came out. Because this spell found me, he did help me get away mind. I don't know what to do. All 6 members say an incident with one brief moment. Are they all very unsure? If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. This niggling feeling, something's bothering me. Can't quite put my finger on it. I guess I'll repress everything?
Hold it!
I'm keeping my eye on you. Trying to do today.
Brushes and buckets? That's not correct. There was other stuff. In a corner somewhere? What do you mean? Where? By the way, I'm not reading these because it's all dialogue I've read already. Nothing to show for me troubles that night. Before they hooked up the horses. So you can't see a blind thing in that hind place. It's pitch in there. After a while, I hear this lad bang. Nearly jumped on me, skin I did. And scream just came out. So what was the lad bang? Huh. This guy will set on my seat from the start. Expect a lot of cushion with sound fetch. Couldn't possibly be the culprit. But we'd need to find someone who was the culprit, I think. Maybe that doesn't work like that in real life, but it works like that in Ace Attorney. We have to find another culprit. You're able to push cushion.
Well, no.
Hey! He didn't do that the first time.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Hey, top of the morning to you. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to have made everything you hear seem that much louder as well. That's right. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Bid job. Top of the morning to you, bit jabbers. There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of the last statement of hers? It's profoundly important. I don't know why, though. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she had nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind. Counsel, nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade. Is it like less trade? Like, as if she were a traitor, but she's not a traitor, she's a pickpocket? Is that the pun in her name? I don't know how Gina works into it. You'll supplement your former testimony by repeating the last statement, please. That's right. What? Superment? What you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. That's what I do. I was trying my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Okay, well, let's press that, I guess. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hid yourself? Oh, not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw this spell going on, I got me head down, and so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. Adam and Eve it? I mean, there's no cause to pursue that. That's fine. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But we? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, never heard the door open. So we just had to straight put a listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snoring like a old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up, because someone should have came in. If she was there adamantly listening and she didn't hear anyone else come in, then that's a problem. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zykes realized it too. Van Zykes? Van Zykes? Van Zykes? I am not sure. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. The victim, perhaps, entering? I think that's... show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. You know, like a man getting stabbed. Seems like you might hear that. Or him getting on. Or him falling over. I'm guessing that was the loud bang she heard. But yeah. Although I do remember Bruce Fairplay was like, the door was locked, I couldn't get in. So like, he was banging on the door, but...
Take that!
Thrice fried mace? Fried. Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Okay, I was right. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course it was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That I was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. Top of the morning to you. At least not in plain sight. So you were, in all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. That's right. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've learned, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't I? Oops, didn't mean to skip that. Waiting for this swell to leave? In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. You know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statements about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem the words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Yeah, I think she was paid off. I don't think she was actually in the cabin. He did right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Huh? Granny? Ah! Don't do that. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Okay, but you're not judging her not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leading towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing.
Arg, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? Hey, come on. This carnage. This is carnage. It's perfect. Oh, jeez. Do you remember number 2 is the only one left? Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new ways to convince everyone Mr. McGillicud's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. Don't do it! I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Shut up! Shut up! Oh my gosh. I proved... Okay. Can you withhold... You don't have to change your stance right now. We can keep the trial going. We can investigate into what actually happened. You can't just throw out, they're a liar, and then everyone switches sides, and then just, like, that solves it. It doesn't solve it. I'm not mad at the writing. I'm mad at the characters.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Oh, new angle? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet, the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Maybe they were taped to the ceiling, I don't know. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Okay, there's another entrance is a negatory. I was leaning towards he was in there already. Just hidden. I guess put there after he died. Alright, what does evidence tell us? Debtor's ledger. I mean, Bruce Fairplay's in it. Murder weapon, largest knives. Victim husband, fancy ornamentation. Exterior omnibus. Repesters both inside the carriage on the roof. Eject that night. Defendant's leather gloves. I still have no idea who actually did it. I have, like, no inkling. The strongest inclination I have is that my client did it. Which, obviously, is not what we want to go with. Alright, let's take a look inside the carriage again. Shut up, just go inside. You don't need to talk about it. Alright, that's where the murder was. There's no way to get inside there. Okay, the fact that the jury can, like, make their decision mid-trial super doesn't work. In real life, both sides present all their facts, and then the jury goes off
into another room and they come back with their verdict. After all is said and done. Where else could he have been? That's not a drawer. It's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Or just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really? Of course, an English gentleman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have had to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have had the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Okay. So that checks out. Golly, I really don't know. Chat, do you know? I'm gonna say he was in there already, because there could potentially be space underneath the other seat. There's just no handle. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand.
Objection!
Yeah, the music didn't stop. That's wrong. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Hmm? Well said, Lord Van Zeeks. It clearly was troubling me also. No! That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have already been in the carriage from beforehand. Yeah, this is wrong. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Ah! Like I must learn to ramble more relevantly. Same, TBH. Penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponi's eyes, so I ask you again. Uh-huh. He's put there after he died. I guess. Obviously, no! Is it really the third one? The victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously— No! Stop! No! No! Stop. Stop! There's another entrance! Of course, obviously there was another entrance. There's another entrance! Yeah! Like I was saying all along! If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way!
Objection!
I didn't say obviously or clearly this time, so you can't nag on me for it. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. It's gotta be the sunlight, right? Or the skylight, whatever it's called. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. What on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin? It's right here!
Take that!
Thank God the music stopped. The answer is obvious. Obviously, clearly, it can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Right, no one actually saw him sitting down alive. Does that mean... I think our culprit is Bruce Fairplay. He was trying to frame McGilded for murder, I think. Though he must have had some other motive. Maybe... Oh, he's a banker! Yo, Mason also owed a debt to the bank, and he was killing him for not paying his debt. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger? Yes, it has, but... Would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? By the way, I think I mentioned it before, but I absolutely love his animation of sorting through papers while he's explaining his case. It's so good. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Unless one of them did it, and the other one didn't see, and didn't, like, notice that he was there. Bite a wee fella, make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Humph. No, oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... I don't think it was both of them, though. Hold it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You runner! He said, you runner! What are you insinuating? That's a new animation. I like it. It's very... That's like the Donald Duck gonna beat you up animation. Oh, my compressor does not like that noise. This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. He's laughing. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. This is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Von Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? Nah, I never intended to... It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. I mean... maybe. It's not very nice to say, though. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis could not possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. Yeah, intimidated. That's what he said. In our British Court of Laws, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. There's filth and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once. But what's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. You rotten. You little schmiggle schmoggle. You are. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Let's go. Refuting the accusation. We are the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think the other one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. Was the other one on the front seat? That's all I can think of. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Although, logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Oof. That's a statement and a half. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it's a statement. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? It's because your client's being real underhanded. Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Refuting the accusation. I mean, the caddy was on the roof, too.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Dickon. What? What kind of explanation is that? Oh geez, it's gonna be one of these two that reacts. But it should notify me. It should give me a little exclamation. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin, talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, the risk of repeating myself. I boarded the ominous alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without a doubt you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah. 'Tis about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. Mark, I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything... Oh, I don't need to read that. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus, at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fed dinkum, sir? What? Are you fair dinkum? Alright. Are you serious, sir? That's what he said? It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. We had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other phenom are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. You know, we still not the victim, we had no reason to kill the man. That's true.
Hold it!
So you've never met Mr. Thrice fired Mason before?
Oh, Lumet, no, not once, never.
Lumet. He'd never met the man before, he said? Never. And you, Mr. First, had no proper dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. I just don't have much to do with brick makers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
Did you make his hat, though? You made his hat. That's why it sucks. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who are inside the cabin. Hello. Well, you both owed in debt to him, didn't you? Let's go ahead and pursue that. Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder.
What you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. 'Tis been too long, so it has.
Eh?
If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon.
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an inconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? A sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another?
Arg. Uh-oh. Maybe we shouldn't have pursued this.
And young Mr. First. Me, sir? Well, what do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding around your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is.
Oh boy. This is going where I think it is.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as thrice fired Mason. Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of fraud, my lord.
Hmm? Oh, this you mean...
I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, or wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that you fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case.
You little weasel. Ah!
He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded certainly has been through his research, thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hat hunter?
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
So what was the previous statement? Curious to know there's nothing about the victim. You had no reason to kill the man. Okay.
Hold it!
Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said?
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now. Just like it was on that night. But it can open.
So it is. Of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it. Still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand?
What? Hold on a minute there, sir. Size of the ting means nothing. On its own, let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens.
But this is unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame.
Madam?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade.
That's right, it opens.
Hmm? The skylight? That's what we're talking about, right?
No, stop. Stop it.
All them skylights open, dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I...
You can't do it from the inside, you mug.
Oh.
Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them drags.
And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
That's right. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did, I used the skylight. Opened the catch and jumped right through.
What?
Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin.
The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Yeah, I mean, the latch is there. Ah!
Oh, my hat!
Say? Order, order, order. Nom, nom, nom. So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe that the skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Proof, huh? Well, let's see. So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone, so we should be able to open it. Right, he landed in the middle, not on one of the seats. You can certainly see the inside of the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp on the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Just go inside, you don't have to talk about it. That's blood, isn't it? This is a dialogue. Alright, well, we'll press this first.
Hold it!
Proof. That's right, I demand to hear it. He came here to say what we saw, I tell you. Not for this. What you call us both... What, Shizers? Australia, New Zealand, informal. Dated, a worthless thing or person. Especially a swindler. Swindler, charlatan, mountebank. Confidence, trickster, fraud, fraudster, etc. Okay. What you call us both shissers, brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuses us of doing it. As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Dog. If I don't crack this case soon, I'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two really were involved in some way. I couldn't say, I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. I'm working on it. Okay, well I'm gonna press the two that I interrupted.
Hold it!
And this time I'm gonna not interrupt. That's right, it's about motive. We had none. No motive, And, well, that's not all, is it? Okay, he's just leading into the next one.
Hold it!
But we now know that the skylight does in fact open. And what's more, the catch that secures it is found on the roof deck side. This is getting flaming onkus. What? This is getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd. That's not what he said. That's right, neither of us even knew the skylight had a catch. If we didn't know, we couldn't have opened it. And if we didn't open it, we couldn't have kicked the fellow down. Please, where is this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever designed these carriages... Anyway, fancy not being able to open the skylight from the inside. What about breaking wind? Didn't I think about that? There's no point in having a skylight if it can't spare you the embarrassment, is there? I mean, the embarrassment's still there, it's just
smells worse. Or it would smell better. We're clearly getting off topic here. If you actually have a point, pray, do enlighten the rest of us. Oh, I'll tell you what my point is. Is the proof the pool of blood inside the carriage? I think I'll go for it.
Objection!
Nope, sure isn't. Music did not stop. Gosh dang it. No, 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 stop. It's the only panic-stricken look I know. Okay, okay. Where's your proof? You're so sure the victim fell through the skylight. No. No. I mean, I already presented that, clearly. Casters both inside, da-da-da. Dependence of the gloves. Internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. Okay. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think the other one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. You no reason to kill the man. But we know that... We know that you did... The skylight was shut the entire time. Couldn't possibly have opened it. You sure the victim fell through the skylight? Where's your proof? Alright, let's look through our evidence. Alright, armband. This is not gonna help. Autopsy report. Time and cause of death, 15th February, 10 p.m. to 11. Stabbed once the abdomen with knife while turning on a bus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Okay. Crime scene photograph. Is this missing button really never gonna be relevant? Is it just that he's poor? Other defendant was wearing at the time incident, the blood stain on the right glove. Passengers both inside the carriage on the roof deck that night. Purchase knife found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Suggests it's quite valuable. What am I missing? Debtor's ledger. Alright, we'll take a look at it again. Because, like, we opened it. Alright, but did we look out from the inside? I guess we haven't done that. There's blood up there! Hello? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone... like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. There's blood. And that's without question. It's blood. Why would there be blood stain there? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? I presented the right item, it just wasn't updated. Sir, I would like to have words with your last statement. Where's my proof? I'll tell you where it is.
Objection!
It's in the crime scene. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Uh-oh. Yeah. Is that 5 hours? 20 minutes? It did the thing. Hold on. Every so often, I just hear like a little bit of fuzzy, and I think that's the... It always happens like right after one of those, but sometimes they happen, sometimes I get the little fuzzy, but it still doesn't start lagging my mic. So I don't know, very strange. Anyway, immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today, in this very courtroom. You're really gonna make me present it? I obviously had to find it in order to actually present that. What? That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom? Counsel? Yes, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. I sure will.
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter, is that blood? Arg! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. Sorry, pressing buttons. I'm pressing buttons somewhere. I'm somewhere doing something else, pressing buttons that I shouldn't be. Or should I? Buttons need to be pressed sometimes, you know? What can I say? Order, order, order!
Hold it!
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. I mean, we're still proving that the window was open, so there's that. Button. Okay. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But... There's no way to know for certain, is there? Which end really fell through the skylight, I mean? Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First?
'Tis all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from the fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's alright. It's all lies.
My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree. I think it's time that we all agree that I'm the best and the best can only be me. That this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
No, don't rush. Let us finish. Let us actually conclude. I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing.
Unbiased. On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would ye be referring to now, Lord Van Zieks?
A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
Because it was planted. For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But
are you suggesting, Lord Van Beeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session...
what?
What a palaver. Whatever that means.
I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean?
Did he bring a sword to court too? Is everyone just bringing swords to court now? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say, this does sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say?
I mean, so say the police.
But if yous will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? I don't know, maybe there was some sort of smoke bomb going off. Call me crazy. Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh.
Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit?
I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus.
I did think it was slightly strange that he was prioritizing securing the omnibus.
I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
That was planned. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos... Oh! It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. That was very dramatic. I think we're near the end of the case if we're doing finger points that dramatic. Are you wise? Top of the morning to you, top of the morning to you, top of the morning to you. What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus.
Inconsistencies, such as?
To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have a smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning.
Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not.
No, I know that that bloodstain was not on the bottom floor. Not sure about the one inside the skylight, and the little compartment was full of stuff. It was like half full.
Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think?
Sorry?
About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus?
I have an inkling.
My lord,
Yes, counsel?
there is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What?
What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Grr. Irish grr.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall ask you... I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark you claim to have appeared at some point during the trial? This blood was not here.
Got it!
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, we would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But, as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel.
Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. It can't be fake and decisive. Top of the morning to you. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, one sec. There we go. Well, my lord.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Oh no, is he gonna get found not guilty even though he did it? That would suck. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is it really the right outcome here? Is that really the right outcome? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies?
Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... See, it's so... Oh my gosh, this is truly the dilemma, isn't it? Do you defend the client or do you seek the truth? I mean, seek the truth is obviously better, but a whole thing about the Ace Attorney series is like, believe in your client, believe in your client, believe in your client. Believe in your client and you'll find the truth. And yet, here we are. And I believe the correct thing to do is to not believe in our client. Now, we're not saying the defendant is guilty. We're saying the defendant could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good. Good gracious. Good gracious me.
Order, order. Did you say me or to me? Yeah, he said me.
This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question? Are you of sound mind?
Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ow, my eye! Ah. Your job here is done, fella. So, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was... How did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
Wow, Luigi. I really don't want to know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've been seeing genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. You're currently sitting on guilty, though, Grandma.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. No! Stop!
Objection!
Objection! But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. Oof. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Von Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What?
Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of my land, Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Oh, good grief! You've more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Well, it's something to be looking forward to then.
You expect me to laugh in Irish? Nah, you get a Waluigi laugh. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Huh. Oh, there's confetti.
And fireworks! Oh no. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. Do we get that 1,000 guineas? With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us.
Ostensibly is right. Got some gears. And gears on the clock go round and round. 18th February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey's defendant's antechamber. Well, it didn't take another 5 hours to get through that. It was only like another 2.
That certainly was a long trial.
Yes, it was.
Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Husado, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim for the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGill did. Ah, and that girl was with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off on the... It's a verdict of not guilty. I love that that's canon. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me straight in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, 'tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and absonant deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. That's not funny. So then, top of the morning to you, as we agreed aforehand. 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Robbie West? You're a humble person, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still and all, you deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection.
Sorry? What inspection?
Wait, sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help when I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Uh-oh. No, stop, please. I have very sensitive skin. That's right. Don't move. Whereas what I want to say, can I move on? She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, do you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Okay. Ah, there you are. It's the lolly.
What? What? What is this theme song? Naughty, 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 running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. But looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Grr. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment, whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. Not sure how long Iris is going to be a main character. I'm not sure if I can manage a British accent that much. Should I give her falsetto? Is that what chat wants? Does chat want falsetto out of cheese? Tell her, what's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. I don't want to. I don't want to go falsetto. Maybe I'll just stick with the British accent. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What, you mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Humph. Oh, I accidentally skipped that. I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Is it, what? Why are guns allowed in the courthouse? We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for all the fuss. Oh, I'll be seeing you. You're on the cover of the... You're on the box art. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yes, you're right, but... Where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner have we arrived in London than we have to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If worst comes to worst, I've heard a lovely park where we could spend the night. Oh, jeez. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. Ma'am, I'm not so sure about that. I think midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. I mean, he gave us a few guineas. Well, we got like 3 from him, I think. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of the first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring boiling water! Quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No! No!
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Okay. Well, guess who's gonna be on trial for murder again real quick? Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Wow. Hello? Test? What have I done? It's going, but it's... I clicked to bad. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I think you could still hear me, but I couldn't hear myself, and that frightens me. Wow! What a case. Holy cats. That was unprecedented on all sorts of fronts. I mean, there's been a case before where the client did it, but wow. I'll tell you, in that case, they didn't get found not guilty at the end. They got found guilty because that's how it's supposed to be. I mean, I guess actually in that case the client didn't do it, but they hired someone to do it, which could still be the case here. But oof, that's crazy. Also, the case is a little bit shorter than I expected. I thought it was gonna be like, because the cases went from like 5 hours to 6 hours. I thought this one was gonna be like 8 hours. But I guess all the cases are gonna be around 6 hours-ish, which works out for me. That's pretty good. That means 1 case per stream. Oh, actually, the last case was like 7 hours. So this one was actually shorter than the second case, and the second case didn't even have a courtroom. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Although I do think the next one will be a lot longer, because it's sure to have investigation and courtroom, and also possibly span multiple days. So we'll do that. Does anyone care if I do the next Ace Attorney stream, like completely guerrilla? Like I will do one next Sunday for sure. But does anyone care if I do any before then, in like the middle of the night? Although arguably, what's the point of even streaming it if you're gonna do it in the middle of the night when no one is gonna watch? But I want to play it though. I'll at least have a VOD of me playing it for anyone who really wants to see all of it. Anyway, that was insane. This game is insane. Wow, I know. I've seen people talk about the Great Ace Attorney before, and they're like, "Oh, it's so good. We're so missing out by not having it be localized. Or you people that can't read Japanese or aren't playing the fan translation, you're missing out. You're missing out." We were missing out. Wow. I'm just astonished. It's so good. Whew. Anyway, friendly reminder that tomorrow I am doing a special stream. I'm going to quiz my mom on HoloLive streamers, and she'll get them all wrong, and it'll be funny, cause ha ha ha. What's this Pokemon, Mom? It's a Pikachu. No, it's not a Pikachu. It's a Raichu. You're so silly. Alright, stick around for loading slate for the raid, assuming we get enough people. I usually cancel it if it's only a one-person raid, because then I just feel like I'm drawing attention to myself. But yeah, stick around for a possible raid, and until next time, my peeps, fare it out.